Hey man, that's not my fault. That ain't my fault. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Not a dang thing I can even do about that. I think you need to just, you need to call up Dan Clancy and say, hello, what in the heck is going on here? And maybe he can solve your issue. That's right. You figure out when the next Amazon board meeting is, and you just barrel through the door and be like, what the fuck is it with my very unique circumstance? And as soon as they throw you out, okay, when they're about to kick you out of the boardroom, all you got to do is you got to turn old Bezos and you got to say, "I'm a prime customer." He'll get you. Okay, that's all I got to say. Grassless, I gotta go to work today, man. Isn't that dog shit? What a dog shit is. Also, a guy commented on one of my YouTube videos that had your exact name, except there was an extra S in it. And I was like, there's no way that's him. There's no way he knows anything about Pedro Jimenez sherry cask whiskeys. It was funny, though. Unless it was you. Maybe it was you all along. Noobinator. Oh, yes, the Noobinator is here. Holy frig. I gotta work 5 days a week. That's depressing. Who does that?
Working. I work 5 days a week.
Wow. Ran in with shoes with abandoned sling. Bobbin, Private, Goose East. They're about the same. And I still got a lot of detective work to do before I get to moderate investigations. Those go right together, those MTX, you know? They match, you know? Light and shadow. Or something like that. I was kind of thinking maybe I could get away with not drinking a bunch of caffeine. Because, like, maybe... Game is being updated. You'll be logged out in 4 minutes. What do you mean? I figured maybe if I worked 2 less hours, I would be, like, less tired when I got home. And maybe I could, you know, have a more sustainable situation. Because if I drink caffeine right now, then going to bed is, like, kind of weird. But I'm feeling the slep. Is there anything in these? Oh, shitty amount of money. I think the khaki cola is not doing it. I'm slept. Blue hair, green button, arrows. Well, now what? Guess I'm gonna make some friggin' juice while these guys decide what the fuck's going on with the game. Do you think it'll be a pog patch? Big pog? What do you guys think? Oh. You think there's maintenance in this game? Will the server be down? Will I have to play Balatro? Crassus, did you know? There's a there's a new mod out for Balatro. It's apparently Big Pog. It's apparently Big Pog. Some kind of single player mod. I'm downloading the patch. The patch is downloading. The patch is downloaded. That's how long it took. News or the news. Hatch notes for 3rd January. No, it's not 3rd January. It's 6th January. What patch? Okay. Not sure what happened there. Where do they poach the where do they poach the goddamn poach notes in this game? They don't have a fucking forum. Patch notes. They don't have any patch notes. Where's the poach notes? Duh. The wiki says no patch notes were published, but the build string was incremented. Okay. So we have no idea what they just did. They could be mining bitcoins for all we know. Think back to when games fucking were mining bitcoins on your computer. What was that? What was that Counter-Strike client that was mining bitcoins on your computer while you were idle? ESCA. Can you imagine that shit? It's so ridiculous when you think about it. People still play on that thing? Do people still use ESEA? ESEA is more dead than Face It. Whatever that means. I think it's self-explanatory when a guy makes a forum post that says, "Do people still play? Why are there only 20 people logged in?" or something like that. Around 1 a.m., there are a total of 12 to 15 people queuing. Ugh. Reap. Well, all scams come to an end. I'm gonna go to servant's house. Dang it! I thought this was a fucking easier one. I thought it was like the guard evidence after this. Fucking EC. ECA, as they say, ECA. Oh man. Having a slap. Brass button. Nat. Arrow. Nope, 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 nope. You. One more level to unlock forensics. Goose Goose Pier 1. Shit. Nuclear Nightmare. Wow. Monster Hunter. They're still trying to get me to play Throne and Liberty. Is that game dead? Civilization 7? Aren't those like a dime a dozen now? 7. Jesus. Dead? What do you mean dead? Red trousers, grass stain, abandoned stones. It's you, Nick. Bob and Rat servant. Servant. Oh, these both have servant in them. Oh. It's horrible. Horrible, they say. Chess Ultra 419. Big game right there. I can't believe they still charge money to enter the game Black Desert. Seems like a scam. Irvin's bathroom. The Master of Magic. Wow. That's a game right there. Oh, did I not? I'm an idiot. Fuck me. Give me a new one. Yep. 100. I even tried to sleep good. Didn't work. High octane gameplay. Yeah. Another report. Oh, okay. Is it a report about how great Diablo 4 is now? The blanket is working. Maybe it's not placebo. The blanket? What? Uh-huh. The what? Did I not tell you? Apparently not. I'm lost. Weighted blanket? Yeah, yeah. We have 2 of those now. Chef. Green trousers with a crossbow. I got 2. Sleep way better. Yeah. The problem, I think the problem with the one that I have, like actually got, you're sleeping long enough, yeah. Like Aaron got me a hush blanket 1 year that came with a pillow, and that pillow is goated. It's like a $150 pillow, but man, it's the best pillow ever.
What's my name?
Yeah.
You just said, I was like, as soon as I heard Aaron, I was like, who? You never called Aaron.
But it came with the weighted blanket, and the problem that I have is like I have like bad temperature regulation. So what would happen is like if I used the weighted blanket, eventually I'd get too hot, and then I would like take it off, and then obviously it doesn't work if it's off. So it's like a weird thing like that. It's like they sell a cover for it, like a iced cover or something that's like heat dispersion or something like that. But we never got around to buying it. The other problem with it is even if I'm more hot than my, well, that's the thing. It's the same with a comforter too. Like I'm in and out of a comforter all night because like I have just really terrible temperature regulation. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off, and like I will want the room to be a meat freezer, but then like I will still get too hot. But the other part of the problem is like the blanket's like a pain in the ass. And I don't know how heavy one you have is. Because like you're supposed to have one that's like some percentage of your body weight. Or something like that. Anyway, the one we have is really fucking heavy. Like it's really heavy. Like it is arduous to move it. Like it's a pain in the ass. Yeah. So like part of the issue too is like if it's like say you haul it, like half the time I end up sleeping on the couch. And it's like if I haul it into the living room and use it to sleep on the couch, then it's like I sometimes can't be fucked to go take it to the bed. You know what I mean? And then like it's like stuck in one place. And even when it's on the bed, it's like, you know, my wife doesn't use it. So it's at the bottom of the bed. So if I want to use it, I got to haul it from the bottom of the bed to the top of the bed. And even that's a pain in the ass. So there's like some downsides. Like I probably don't use it as much as I should, but it's a mix of like a temperature regulation issue. And the thing is way too fucking heavy to fuck with. Like, I just, like, can't be fucked to haul it around sometimes. Like, right now, I don't even know where it is, to be honest. I feel like it ends up getting stuffed in like some fucking closet because like someone doesn't want to fucking deal with it, and then I like don't know where it is and I can't be fucked to go find it. And even if I did, it'd be a pain in the ass to move it to wherever it is I want to move it to. Yes, that's the thing is like really like in winter it's not too bad, but in the summer it's like you need to like I don't know what if you're the brand that you have has this option, but like we need to get one of the covers that like makes it like heat dispersing or whatever, because otherwise it's just like not usable. Grass stain, shea, sandals. But like even as it is right now, it's like unless it's extremely cold in the room, I'll always want to like take it off and then put it back on, take it off and put it back on. These suck. Yeah, I think the movement part of it is probably like just the worst part. There's a lot of times where I'll be snoozing on the couch and then I'll go and get in the other bed, and it's like I just don't want to like fucking move that shit every time. Mr. Bee's Knees, how are you? Council office. Okay. You know, I gotta, I gotta go back to work 5 days a week starting today, and you know, it's not great. I would prefer to not. I don't know about you, but I would prefer to not. Feels bad, man. Yeah. Yeah. Blue hair brass Denton. Blue hair brass Denton. Goose dies. Okay. At least I'm starting to wake up now. Turns out changing my caffeine intake hour is going to take some work if I want to do that. Oh yeah, that's an interesting one. It's weird. Every time I see people like post stuff about things that came out of Japan, I'm always like, I gotta figure out what's going on with this, because like it's like one of those things where like you post a whiskey that comes from Japan and it was a gift, and I'm sitting there, oh no, I really hope this isn't like something that's weird. That like's not actually Japanese, because that's a thing that happens all the time. It's a weird one though. It was a weird one to look through. Because it's sort of whiskey. It's like sort of not whiskey. And the main difference comes down to the enzymes used in fermentation. Because when you make Scotch and Scotch whiskey, you're required to use the enzymes that come from the malted barley. That's why you malt the barley, so that the enzymes can separate the sugars from the rest of the grain and allow them to be used by the yeast. And in a lot of non-Scotch whiskeys, the way they get away with not using malted barley is they have commercial enzymes designed to make the sugars in the grains available to be converted to alcohol using yeast. And there's yeast used in that particular spirit, but the main difference between what they do and what most whiskey production would do is they have the koji mold that gets used instead of like these enzymes. So it's like, in order to make the rice, the sugars in the rice available to be fermented, they basically take the rice and allow this black in this Okinawa process. They use a black mold to infect about 20% of the rice, and then they put the yeast in to start to ferment it. So basically the whole thing is like the sugars are extracted by this black mold eating it, basically. And then like as the yeast eats the sugars, the black mold kind of eats the rest of the rice. So when it ferments, it's like the black mold is creating the sugars, and then the yeast is like eating the sugars all at the same time in the fermentation process, rather than it just being like a sticky wort that you put yeast into. And that's kind of like how the difference is. So and normally when you use these molds, the resulting spirit, they call it shochu. I think that's how you pronounce it. And those, they can use like yellow, I think there's yellow, white, and black koji mold. But the Okinawa process, is that am I saying this correctly? I'm not confusing this with Okanagan, right? Yeah, Okinawan process uses only this black mold. And it kind of, where the like categorization of the spirit gets weird is technically after they make the spirit, so they like do this fermentation process, then they would distill it just like you would with the beer in like a barley whiskey. You result in with like a clear new make spirit, and that clear new make spirit is what's technically the awamori. Rather than like the clear one would technically be considered awamori, but then they barrel age it in ex-bourbon casks, which is not normal for that. They would, I think I read that normally they would use they would age it in like a ceramic, like not ceramic, but like a clay pot or something like that. They had some other way than normally they would age in awamori, but since this one was aged in ex-bourbon, it kind of was like almost more like a whiskey, even though the fermentation process is like completely different. So it's kind of a weird animal. I think if I were to categorize it, it would kind of be more like this is like an ex-bourbon aged awamori and less like a whiskey, less like a rice whiskey where like you had rice and then use commercial enzymes to extract the sugars and then just fermented it in a normal way rather than with the koji mold. I think anytime koji mold's involved, it becomes like shochu. I think that's how it works. Something like sake that was aged in ex-bourbon. Yeah, so sake is a brewed variant that would also use similar process. Except sake is, the grain they use is a little different. But yeah, I think it's the kind of thing where it's like this particular thing, they call it rice whiskey, but it's like different than the rice whiskey. Sometimes you get rice whiskey in the United States, and that I think it's JT Mellick is one of the brands that makes rice whiskey in the United States, and their rice whiskey will be more closer to whiskey, where it's whiskey just has to be fermented and distilled grain spirit. Rice is still a grain, but when they did their fermentation, I imagine they just used commercial enzymes to extract the sugars, and then fermented it and then distilled it. Whereas this, they kind of use that weird koji mold process, which to me I think makes it like not really rice whiskey. Instead, makes it more like shochu. But it's like when you go and like age that spirit, then it kind of seems like it's more like whiskey, even though the process is different. Because I think when they use that name, they mean more the like new make clear spirit. But that being said, like if you take tequila, for example, when you put tequila in an ex-bourbon barrel, you just call this aged tequila. You don't call this agave whiskey, right? So to me, it's not rice whiskey, but the labeling is kind of like all over the place, I think. That being said, yeah, it's probably more interesting. That's probably a more interesting spirit than rice whiskey, I would think. Because it's going to be something that's very localized. Like, they only make that in that way in Okinawa. That's like the only place in the world where they make that stuff, as far as I read. So it makes it kind of really authentic in that way. Blue, red crossbow. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know like how it differs from like the rice whiskey that like gets made by like JT Mellick and stuff like that. Because I have to, I don't know for sure, but you would kind of almost want to assume that this fermentation process might have some flavor components that you would not get otherwise. Because obviously we know that the yeast used in fermentation has a very big impact on the flavor of the distillate. And this particular black koji mold is the one that preserves the most of the grain's flavor. That's why they use the black one exclusively for these awamoris, because the yellow and the white one, I guess, like, don't preserve the flavor of the grain nearly as well. Um, so probably there's going to be very unique character to the flavor of the distillate. And thankfully it's like not a very active cask, right? Like ex-bourbon is going to be pretty tame. I couldn't really find how old it was. But it's probably not terribly old. And that'll kind of give you a good impression of like the actual spirit's character. Which I think I wouldn't call whiskey, but it's pretty close. There isn't a labeling rule against it, but it feels like it's a different spirit. That being said, I feel like I wouldn't want to watch it get made. I feel like when you grow black mold over something and then ferment it like that, I'm not sure that would look very appetizing. That might be something a little wild. Blonde mutton chops. Who has some blonde mutton chops? This guy. But he has a crossbow and not arrows. Does Alex guy have mutton chops too? Yeah, he does. Best dream you ever had? Nice. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I wish you could have tried this 2024 one, but yeah, some of those like not quite cast strength, mid 50 sort of proof, really well curated releases, man, real tasty. I don't know what the age is on the 2023 one. It's probably not quite 10 years old, but this one is shit. This is better. Get all kinds. Oh, I see. Yeah, so you had that Memoir 15, and it's going to be quite a bit more juicier, I think, than that. Last 4 years. You should. Which year is it? I think it's 2021. If you have the opportunity, I don't know how. Again, I don't know how much what the price would be on this sort of thing, but there is a similar one to the 2024 one, which is the 2021 one, which I think is a triple wood PX cask. Doesn't have an age statement, but I haven't ever had it. But what I heard on the grapevine is it's similar to the 2024 release. They're both higher proof PX cask finish. But a lot of people actually, when you head to head the 2024 and the 2021, a lot of people actually preferred the 2021. Which the major difference would be, I think that in the 2024 one, there's a 10-year age statement, and some of the barrels are not quarter cask aged. There's some of them are just 10-year ex bourbon. Whereas the 2021 release, they are all like aged like the quarter cask. They're younger, but they all go through the quarter cask, and then they're PX finished. Whereas in the 2024 release, some of them are quarter cask, some of them are 10-year ex bourbon, and some of the PX is hogshead, and some of the PX is sherry butt. But I think the 2021 one is all quarter casks and all hogsheads, and maybe that's wrong, but anyway, point being is the 2021 release and the 2024 release are very similar. They're both PX Lefroigs, and head to head, a lot of people said the 2021 was their favorite of the two. So the 2021 one might be even better than this year's Carchus. I can't say for sure, and if it's significantly more expensive, I don't know. I don't know, whatever the price is, but that's just something to keep in mind, I suppose. That they will be very similar, and a lot of people, their consensus was the 2021 was the better of the two, and the 2024 one is amazing. So, blue and clean shaven shoes. But yeah, I think you'll find it like a lot more robust than like the Bemore 15 that you had, and a lot juicier too. That being said, the the Bemore 15 is not too bad, but you probably could tell it wasn't as peated as the Lefroy offerings were. The ppm is like half, so. But yeah, you can probably see like, whereas if you felt like that was like the best, um, the best damage you ever had, like you can kind of see like where the like price quality thing kind of keeps in mind, or kind of comes into play. Like there's a place around, like we'll say like 150 to $300 where like the quality will get significantly better. And then after that, there's some severe diminishing returns. Sweet notes were similar to. Oh, you found that the sweet component of the Bemore was similar to the white port and Madeira one. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that particular bottle of The Bamor is like 12 years ex bourbon and the 3 years ex Oloroso. So it's really a double maturation. But you probably found it wasn't like super thick and jammy. I would assume. It's probably got like half as much water as like the 12 year. Like the more 12 year probably has like twice as much water in it. The 18 might be the best kind of bang for your buck. But they're going to both be less flavorful than something closer to 50 or 50+% alcohol. No jam, yeah. Yeah, there's a reason those Pedro Jimenez casks are very popular. When they're very influential, it's really noticeable on the fruit. Mac. Mac with ginger hair, white trousers. Goose Archive Servant. City Ratmore. They actually have a bar near me that has a lot of the older cartridges in stock too, but again, it's just hard for me to get down there. It's kind of out of the way and can't like drive home, so it's kind of weird like that. Then there's something to be said too for like the bars will sometimes have a bottle like that open for a very long time. It's like you don't really know how long that thing's been open for and at what point in the bottle's progression you're at when you get your pour out of it. I mean, obviously, if it's like the tail, you can tell it's the tail by looking at it, but 400 bottles, yeah, that's pretty good. Especially if they're like, you know, good ones, you know what I mean? 400 good ones. The one that's near me has like 700-ish bottles, but a bunch of them are stuff I would never want anyway because they're like the type of thing where I would just go buy a bottle at the store if I wanted it because it's not that expensive, not that exclusive, you know. I think the disappointment about like the one that I have near me is it doesn't have nearly as many like what would you call them, pours that are from like yesteryear that like you can't really get in any other way. It doesn't have too many of those. It has some. Like it does have quite a bit of cartridges. Let's see if I can like show you roughly, but because this one, I don't know how they did it at the bar that you were at, but this bar like it has an app where like you like log into their app and it has all the prices and all the bottles in it, and so you can search their like stock or whatever. If I look up Lafroig, like there's the 10. Let's see if I can get this closer. This light is probably going to glare. There's a 10, 15, 2022 Carchus, 23 Carchus, Carchus Pheno cask. This is like a yellow bottle. I don't even know what year that is. Oh, actually, one of the things I learned, I know, I actually know now. One of the things I learned is that when you look at the Carchuses, a lot of them, their proof determines what year they're in. So the Carchus 2024 is 52.4 proof, 524, so 2024. So 2023 would be 523. So this one, Lefroy Carchus Pheno Cask 518, that's probably the 2018 release. QR code just says Carchus. Had to ask which one they had. Oh, okay. Yeah, so like this one has, this looks like a 2018, this is like a 2016. This is that one I was talking about, the 2021 Carchus PX cask strength. I guess they have that down there too. They got like, I guess this one's the 2012. What else is there? So they have like the cask strength, the lore, quarter cask, oak select. What else is down here? And then it goes into stuff that's not Lefroy, but like this is kind of like what they have here for like Lefroy stuff, which is actually quite a bit. But it's like for me, if I wanted to get a pour of that 2023 white port and Madeira, it would be $23. Surprisingly enough, that 2021 PX cask strength one that I was talking about, that might be better. It says $18 for me down there. But I think I paid $33. Yeah. So yours might be a little bit more expensive, but part of the thing is too is you pay for that availability, right? If they got something you can't get anywhere else, sometimes they're going to charge you a little more. There's not much you can do about it. But like with this one, like the struggle that I had with this particular spot is, and maybe it's asking too much, but like there isn't a lot of stuff that's like crazy old or like older bottles, if that makes any sense. Like I watch these guys who like go to these malt bars in Japan, and they like they'll like get these bottles from these malt bars. They're like, oh yeah, this was like distilled and bottled in like the 80s, and it's like a $50 pour, which is a lot, but it's like some 25 or 30-year-old scotch that was like bottled like 50 years ago, like kind of thing. It's not, there's nothing of that. There's nothing like it doesn't seem like there's very much stuff that's like before the 2010s in terms of when it was bottled. And the only reason that I know like you can go to bars where these things exist is because I've seen it through like video content. People go to these malt bars and they have like such a giant selection of like really old whiskeys that like would really expand your palate if you had the opportunity to try them. But they seem to have like a good amount of stuff, at least. I don't know if it'll tell me how many whiskeys they have on there. On their website, it said like 720, but I don't know how true that is. Like, it's probably like more or less depending on the day. They have a lot of bourbon in here too. They also have like stuff like for one example I can give right now about like they have like a lot of stuff that's like not that interesting is like, you know, the Abelard Abuna, I got one batch of it. They have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different batches of the Abelard Abuna, which to me are going to be, they'll be different, but not that much different. So like, you know, that's kind of like a waste. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to want to try 6 different versions of the Abuna. I'll try something else, right? So like, that's kind of like an inflated number. But they have like a good amount. Actually, now that I'm looking here, they have a good amount of like these Ardbeg like committee releases and stuff in here. That's kind of cool. Although, like, I see like this Ardbeg Dark Cove is a $70 pour. Like, oh, oof. I need a crawling emote. I'm sure we can get you one. I'm sure we can make that happen. And the prices are kind of all over the place too. I guess that's my other complaint about this particular spot. Like some stuff, it seems like it's like way overpriced, and some stuff is like way underpriced. Like I was looking at Glenallachie has a peated range called the what's it called? The Meckeltoire. They have a peated range called the Meckeltoire. Like an ex-bourbon, an ex-sherry, an ex-chickapin, and like a mixed one. And those were like $12 a pour in here, even though the bottle's only like $70. But then like for like the same price, you could get a pour of like 15-year-old GM Linkwood. It's like, so you have a bottle here that's $200 with the same price per pour as this bottle that costs like $70. So it's like kind of like fucking like all over the place. It's like, you know, like I feel like I'm shopping for deals on your like on your like bar app. Feels like it's just not quite right, you know. Okay, I see this here. Let's take a look at this. .5 ounce. Okay. So this is like basically a Glen size. Like this is like 45 milliliters. So I mean that's like a fair amount. Single barrels. John J. Bowman barrel pick. Isn't this like a thing that's hard to get? John J. Bowman. But these are, I don't know if these are all private selections. It says single barrel. Oh yeah, there's a good amount of stuff here, eh? See, this is interesting. This is interesting to me because like this tells me something about like the secondary market in your area, right? Because like for example, this 1792 12 year is like twice the price as like some of these other 1792s. But I also heard that this was not actually the hardest one to get, but maybe it's the hardest one to get around here, right? Also related note to this, I don't know if you've seen, but we happened upon this somehow before we went to go see Nosferatu. We just went to the liquor store, and this was like in among the like regular ones. And I know it's like these things are like a little hard to get, I think. So it was like kind of like fortunate. It was the only one there. And like the difference between these bottles, right? All the only difference is like this word here and the color of this label up here. So like I'm sure what happened is like somebody threw this in a box of like regular ass 1792. It's not in our liquor store's inventory at all. It said they did not have any. Like if you go search ANBL, it doesn't come up. So I don't know like It's like I didn't go in there expecting to buy bourbon, but we came out with some bourbon somehow. Because otherwise, this was not going to make it out. But it's interesting too. Like I also heard some people say like the bottled and bond is like really similar in like taste profile to the foolproof, but it's like harder to get. But that's just an interesting note just by looking at these is like the fact that this age 12 years one is like so much more, so much higher price here. That's kind of like really fascinating to me. Right, it's got some rocket fuel stuff in here too, like Blanton's straight from the barrel. This is like your barrel proof Blanton's. And this is all bourbons in here. I wonder what market price means. This is a BTEC bottle, right? So this is really hard to get. I wonder what market price means. Probably depends like depends on the day, you know. We might charge you more or less. Probably more, yeah. Yeah, it's down here with like all these pappies, like what does market price mean? It's probably the kind of thing where like if you ask how much is your pour of pappy, they'll go and look up some number from some website and be like, oh yeah, today it's X dollars. That's probably what this means. These rabbit hole prices seem really expensive. Oh, this is that the Craft Your Perfect Bourbon one. They had some of these at my Spirits Festival. I'm sure they would like disappeared in 1 second. I didn't think anything of this one, but apparently this is the one to get. But yeah, this is like another one of these interesting things where like the antique is like $23, but the 12 year is $39. Even though I think a lot of people like the antique more. I just find that interesting. Rye. Doesn't seem like they have any. Oh, maybe they have some down here. No, they don't have any McCarthy's. That's sad. I don't know if you've ever had a McCarthy's, but they don't have any McCarthy's here. But that's one if you've never had, I would probably recommend trying if you can get that anywhere. No Deanston either. Unlucky. Gotta keep moving on this game so I don't get disconnected. Artibay committee release variable. I wonder how many committee releases is actually here. It seemed like there was a whole bunch on my app of different committee releases. This is one that's always interesting to me too. Is like the Corey Vrecken and the Ugdal are very very similar. It's interesting that the Corey Vrecken is so much more expensive here. I think these are like almost the same price where I am. Offerman 16. Cask strength, distillers. Yeah, this is another thing, a weird one too, that I was talking with someone on Discord about, was like, the Lafroig 10 year here is $130, and the Lafroig 10 cask strength here is like $150. That's like not very much difference in price. Like, why would you ever buy the like regular one? You know what I mean? But I think in a lot of places, this is like way cheaper. Like, it's like less than $100 by comparison. Oh, interesting here that he's charging market price for those cartridges too. Okay. This seems like a bargain price. 27 for a lore pour. Although these are interesting too. This 16 and this 18, they don't make these anymore. So these would be very like these would be dusty bottles. These ones, they don't make these anymore. Looking at them, you might think they're not dusty, but these are not. These are not. I don't know when they last made 16 and 18 Lafroig like regular releases. I don't think these exist anymore, unless these are like independent bottles and it's just not clear that it's that. It's possible. Yeah, that's another thing to worry too. The Balvinis in my market are so expensive. Glenfarclas is a pour that's usually like pretty cheap too, like 21 year for $35 for an age statement. Glenfarclas is a really good value. This is true for full bottles too. Like the 25-year-old Glenfarclas bottle is like the same price as like 18-year-olds in different distilleries. Interesting that this double X experimental is so expensive. This bottle actually costs about the same as this bottle. I've never heard of this 12-year sherry one though. That's kind of interesting. Pretty good for a 21. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? But this is just true of Glenfarclas. Is they're like the value that they provide at Glenfarclas is just pretty good. Like if you go to the store and buy bottles, the 21-year Glenfarclas is very cheap. Like for a 21-year age statement. And it's not bad whiskey either. It's just a distillery that's not price gouging you, basically. Like Macallan does, LOL. Again, 18-year Macallan, $95. 25-year Glenfarclas, $51. This has nothing to do with this particular bar, though. This is just the price difference between these two distilleries. Oh, this is actually one. If this is a 46% alcohol bottle, this might be a sleeper too. So we just kind of clued in that Speyburn is actually like pretty good. Like they're like really cheap and their products are at 46% alcohol. And we were kind of like starting to learn that Speyburn is actually like a pretty nice, pretty good value distillery. And then now their new core range is all 40% alcohol. So this might actually be a pretty good value too. It might not blow you away, but it's like a good value. Yeah, some of these Glenmoe stuff, it seems like it's a pretty good value too. Like this is like the most expensive thing I think you can get from them, and this is like all like mocha and coffee kind of thing. $46 is a little up there, but like, you know, these are all like this Nectar D'Or. I think this is now at 18 or 16-year age statement, right? For $18. Highland Park. Which one of these did I want to try? I can't remember if it was the Valknut or the Valkyrie. I think it's the Valknut. So we talk about Highland Park having a unique peat. Their peat is very very floral. It's a very heather dense peat, so it's different than like the Isla peats. But only a percentage of Highland Park's distillate comes from their own maltings, their own peat profile. But I think it's this one, the Valknut. I want to make sure, but there's one Highland Park that's heavily peated with their own peat only. I think it's Valknut that I wanted to try. I can't remember. Because it would just be a very different peat profile. No, it's the Val Father. Okay, so it's not, that one's not here. Okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm thinking of the one I guess they call the Val Father. This one is not that one. No Springbanks here, very sad. No Springbanks. Oh, this is Black Bull. This is this got grain in it, but this is the Duncan Taylor blend. We were talking about the other day when we were talking about this thing here, the Big Smoke, where it's a Duncan Taylor one. It's a Duncan Taylor blend. This is like the same bottler, this one, but this one has grain whiskeys in it, so it's like probably less quality. Anything interesting in here? Red Breast cask strength. That's a tasty one, as far as I understand. Put them in a shot glass and rocks glass. Yeah, well, that's how you know. Like, it's kind of like when the bar knows like what kind of like clientele to expect, right? They don't. That bar is not equipped to deal with someone like you. They don't expect someone like you to walk in the door. I'm interested in this rum. I think they got anything fishy in here. Foursquare. I don't know which Foursquare release this is, but Foursquare is definitely a rum that a lot of people swear by. Nothing else too crazy in here. Tequila. I don't know enough about that stuff. Japanese. Look at the price of this Yamazaki. That's just what you can expect. They had a gin finished in sherry, smelled fantastic. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I just don't know. I don't know enough. We'll try more gins eventually, but I look at this and it's like up here. I know every line. I read it and I'm like, oh yeah, this one. And then I go down here and it's like this may as well be written in a different language. I don't know any of these things. Hambiki 21, $190. Okay. No King Louis in here. We can't get cap on some King Louis in here. $300 pour. King Louis. Oh, do they have a cigar lounge in here? That's kind of cool. That's like a thing that's long gone in Canada. I don't think cigar lounges exist up here. There's a pretty good selection here, though. Look how expensive this Alberta Premium is, though. America, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I was like, there's some YouTube channel that I'm subscribed to that talks about cigars, but they're like, what's cigar lounge etiquette? And I'm like, what do you mean cigar lounge etiquette? What is this, the 20s? Like, they still have cigar lounges? That's a thing? A building you can go smoke in? They don't have those up here, I don't think. Just walk up and buy a cigar and smoke it in the establishment? Weird. Orphan Barrel Entrapment, 25 year. I don't even know what this is. What is this? This seems like a crazy price to me, though. Like, adjusted to the Canadian dollar, maybe it's hard to get this in the States, but adjusted to the Canadian dollar, this amount of money is like buying a third of the bottle. You love those in Florida? Okay, that's wild. There's another place that does cigars, and then like a dive bar. Huh. Yeah, safe to say, not only is there no cigar lounges up here, but they hide the tobacco behind walls, and you have to ask for what you want. Just smoke in the cigar store out there? Yeah. What's the brand I was looking at? I can't remember the brand. Hold on, I keep moving my characters so I don't get logged out. What's the brand? Cigar brand. Is it Perdomo or something like that? Perdomo, yeah. I was watching a tour of the Perdomo cigar like distribution facility, and the guy was sitting there going, "Yeah, you can pretty much just smoke anywhere in here." The guy was smoking a cigar in the tour, I think, and he was like, "Yeah, anyone's allowed to just smoke wherever they want in here." Like, he's like, "Fuck that! Like, anyone can smoke wherever they want in here." It just seems so foreign to me, you know what I mean? Where like everything's so hush hush up here. When you have to smoke here, you go outside into some little box in the cold. Like, what do you mean smoke? You go out there in your little box and smoke out in the fucking minus 30 degrees. You heathen beast, go smoke out there. That's what it feels like up here. Gold spots, 60 bones. That's a one right there. Some of these, I look at them and it's like this one, Jameson 18. I would love to try this, but this seems really expensive in US dollars to try this. And then by comparison, like this Old Pulteney 21 for $28, this seems like a good price. I'm sure this has something to do with like the markets for these things in this area versus my area, but like this seems like a really good price. Like this bottle's like pretty expensive up here, especially compared to like these other ones. I've never seen one of these bottles up here, Oradur. This is a very small distillery. So that would be like one that I would want to try. It's like a pretty good price too. I don't know how good this is. I never had it obviously, but like this seems like a good price. This seems like a good price too. Going from 15 to 18 seems like a crazy price increase though. There's some bottles I can't find in store. They'll give me a chance to try them. Yeah. That's what I would do. Like, especially is like if they have stuff here that's like just not available for you to like purchase, that's where I would go in a place like this. Like I would try to find those bottles that like you can't have them anymore. You know what I mean? Like that you cannot, like this is maybe not a priority for you, and it wouldn't be a priority for me. But like this is the kind of bottles that I look at this and I'm like, these are dusties. Like when's the last time? When's the last time Lafroig made a 16? Like how old is this? This says it's an occasional batch release. I don't know the last time it was released, but someone says something about, I don't know how, don't take this information as anything, but someone said the last time this came out was in 2019. Right, so I mean, that's fucking 6 years ago now. You know what I mean? It's like, that's kind of like the kind of stuff that like has my attention, is like stuff that's like, you just cannot get this stuff anymore. Like any of these Ardbeg committee releases that never became a core range product. So this has probably got like Ardbeg and Scorch and Bizarrebecue and Heavy Vapors and all these kinds of releases. Like this is probably really interesting, some of the stuff you can get out of here. Of course, LOL market price. But that's kind of like where my brain goes in like a place like this. Just try to find some of those like kind of dusty, hard to experience bottles without trying to pay like through the nose for them, right? Like, like the Lord, I'd rather just buy the bottle and spend 24 for a dram. I know I like the bottle. Yeah, like that makes sense, right? Like this one, it's like, I know you linked a shop where this was 125, right? So, you're paying for a fifth of the bottle for 1 dram, and 1 dram is about, like what, like a 15th of the bottle or something like that. So the value's not in it here, but it's going to be different for like something like this. Like here's one too, like Balvenie 17-year peated cask. I don't know anything about this, but like this kind of like sticks out to me as something I've never heard of. So it's probably like an old thing. Is it safe to assume that a whiskey is distilled in Japan if the label mentions the use of water from a region in Japan? No. That could mean that they imported scotch and then used Japanese water to cut it with. But I don't know. I'm anything that comes out of Japan these days, I go to the full length. Like I don't know if you've seen Bentorius, but Beasley's got a rice whiskey gifted to him from someone who's in Okinawa, and I did a fucking deep dive on that thing. But that's what I would do with anything that comes from Japan. For me, it's like, that is a Japanese product. It was distilled in Japan. But what is this really? Can we be sure? I don't know. I'm skeptical of everything. Talked highly of the Bizarrebecue. I wonder if we can find a good place where we can find all the Ardbeg committee releases. Can we find like a place where we have them all? Oh, here we go. I'm going to change the area to food and drink until we stop talking about this. I don't think people in Brighter Shores want to see what I'm talking about right now. So here's all the committee releases, I think. No, they're not. This is not all of them. There's still some missing out of this. I mean, yeah, if you want to give me it, we can fuck around with it. These are all ones I've heard of, but this is not all of them. Maybe some of them are not community releases and are just special releases. The problem with going to like whiskey base with a question like this is they're gonna have way too much stuff in there. Yeah. There's like way too many things on here. So I think what's on this site is actually the committee releases, and there are ones that are special releases that are not quite these. This is one that a lot of people say is really good. This one, Dark Cove. But like we were just talking about, the pour of this is $70 where I'm at. They have this at a bar near me, $70 for a pour of this. But and I was also told that it's not that much different than the Corey Vrecken. But it's like one of those things where, like, you know, produced using our grooviest casks ever. What does that even mean? But there's a lot of things in this, like, Ardbeg special release world that you could kind of, like, explore, right? Black. Our whiskey creators have rounded up the finest Pinot Noir casks from New Zealand to mature a celebratory dram that knits together velvety summer fruit pudding and bitter cherry. It's like this one sounds like this is a Pinot Noir cask Ardbeg, right? That sounds delicious. I'd have to like see if I could find like a good list of their shit. I feel like it exists somewhere, but this is not an exhaustive list. Oh, I see what it is. There's some committee releases and there's some limited releases. And then there's some festival releases. Yeah, Ardbeg is definitely like something I'm pretty sure you can count on this stuff. It's just more of like one of the ideas that is like for example, this, like we talked about the Dark Cove one just now. This is probably like expensive to get a pour of this, but it might not be that much different than like an Ugdal or something like that. Like it says matured in dark sherry casks, but you might be paying like 4 times the price to get a dram that's like not that much different than like an Ugdal. It's probably about the same alcohol. I don't know. But there's definitely some stuff in there that you could probably try that you wouldn't have the opportunity to buy the bottle. Sadashi Mizunara Oak Cask Finish. Sadashi. Paying that market price. My worry is when they post something like market price. Think of it this way. Say it's the same guy every time you go. And he knows he knows you're going to want that market price. Well, for you, it's a little bit more because I know you really want it. You know what I mean? Like kind of like jack the price up a little bit for that connoisseur's touch, you know? That's what I would be worried about. Doing something weird like that. But is it this thing? He was in a drop. So one of the things that I started learning to do is if we take this and then we go here, sometimes, no, it's not in here. Sometimes if you go to the International Wine and Spirits Competition, you can like dig up where it was distilled. They've never submitted anything here. That's kind of weird. Huh. Well, where do we go from here? I'm trying to figure out right now who owns this. You know what I mean? Who owns this? Where does it come from? Like who owns this brand? It always feels kind of weird when it's like like you can't easily find who owns it. Here's a question: does it come from? Is it only like? Is this a Total Wine product? A lot of people are saying this might be a Total Wine product. Doesn't mention actual distillery. It's cheap. This guy named Japanese Whiskey Guy says, I'd confidently venture to say 0% or close to 0% actual Japanese spirit. If you want to take this guy's word for it. Yeah, I have a hard time finding like who owns this brand, and that's not a good sign. To me, that means like they're hiding something, or is a Total Wine brand, which basically means that this thing only comes from Total Wine. It's like, it's like the kind of thing where Total Wine sells it. It's like bottled for Total Wine. Or some shit like that. Distilled from the pure water of Niigata. Look, if we go to Niigata and we type in Niigata Distillery, do you think we're going to come up with anything? I mean, there is one that was apparently founded last year. GPT says that. I wonder where it found that information. I mean, if that's true, it's not good. Random Spanish company owns this brand from a trademark website? Huh. That's a smart way to do it. I wonder if I can easily find that. Oh yeah, here it is right here. See, we're learning, Ventorius, okay? We're learning how to decode the Japanese whiskey, okay? Here it is. All right. Here's the party name owner. This here. See, this is I learned how to do it a different way, where like I found the distillery through like the Spirits Awards, but this is a good way too to find it through the trademark. Angel Miguel Munoz Esquire. This sounds like a Japanese person. You know, it doesn't look good. I would say it doesn't look good. What do we know about this company? Like, this company doesn't even have its own website. I mean, it's in here. Oh, that's the wrong... this is a list of their products. It's listed as blended whiskey. I mean, it is blended, but... They have for sale in in Vancouver for way too much money. Yeah, I know what that means. Thanks. Yeah. So what do we know? What do we know about this? We know that a Spanish company called this, which has no known website, acquired some liquid and put it in a bottle and labeled it that. That's what we know. That's what we know. So... Is it Japanese? I don't know. I don't think so. I would assume not. I would assume this is not, in fact, Japanese whiskey. That's what I would assume. I think, like, for me, if it doesn't have a clear, like, hey, it was distilled here, it's probably not Japanese. Or at very least, it's got a lot of other things blended into that. Need to have regulations. Yeah, I can't remember what the actual rules are. Maybe that's a good idea. What are the actual rules? I think... I wonder. What are the actual regulations? So they have to be, it's a, so there's a Japanese Spirit and Liqueur Makers Association, but I think just, they just like, you don't, what is it? Like there's this body, but I think you don't have to do this. It's kind of like this body has rules, but nothing in the law says you have to do what these guys say. It's like, this isn't like a government agency or something like that. It's just like a bunch of guys that agree this should be the way it is, but it's not like a law. I don't know. It says some kind of labeling standard was enacted on April 1st, 2021 with a 3-year grace period. Maybe things will get better. Because this grace period just expired last year, and there's probably a lot of old bottles around, but... The association is a government-approved organization, but is not a government agency. Therefore, this change in regulation will be internally enforced by the association's members rather than by any official legislation. Yeah, exactly. It's not actually a government body. It's just like the government says, okay. But there's no... What, you're going to sue? I don't think there's any rule. I don't know. All exported Suntory Japanese whiskey products are 100% distilled, matured, and bottled in Japan. See, this is like the way it should be. And this is kind of like what we know already about Suntory's products. Like Suntory's products are legit, right? Like Yamazaki, Hakushu, Chita, Hibiki, Toki. Like we already knew these were legit. It's these House of Suntory is not what we're worried about really when we're talking about Japanese whiskey. So the rules are the water must be extracted in Japan. Everything part of the fermentation and distillation process must be carried out in Japan. Liquid has to be distilled less than 95% alcohol, which is real fucking hot, and bottled at least 40% ABV. Spirits must be aged for a minimum of 3 years in Japan in wooden oak casks of no more than 700 liters. Yeah, this is like standard stuff. Bottling must take place in Japan. E150 caramel coloring is permitted. These are the rules that make it very similar to Scotch. This is like Scotch. These are the right rules. The problem I'm seeing out of this is this regulation just came into place with the 3-year grace period. So anything that was bottled before April 1st, 2021 wild card. That's the first one. And the second one is, this is not a government agency. Therefore, it's enforced by the association's members rather than any official legislation. Therefore, if you're not a member of the association and you don't give a shit, you can probably just do whatever the fuck you want. That's what I'm assuming from that. The government doesn't seem to care enough to make it the law. So, as far as I'm concerned, I want to know where the thing was fucking bottled. Like, if it doesn't show me the distillery, hey, this is where this was made. I think one of the things I'm allergic to is the word blended. When it comes to Japanese whiskey, if it says blended, that's very concerning. I think you want to go for single malt. But there's some distilleries, there's some producers you can trust. Like you can trust Centauri, and you can trust Nika, and there's some other ones you can probably trust, like Chichibu and stuff like that. But these are all like very expensive whiskeys, so I think probably if it says blended Japanese whiskey less than 100 Canadian dollars, that's probably what I think. Goose. Sure. Which is unfortunate, but I don't know. What else can you do? In the United States, if you label your bourbon wrong, the government goes, you can't fucking do that. That's a little different than enforced by its members. That's the other thing too, is like since the government's not involved, then it's like gets weird like with export too, right? Like, you know, you think you need the government's labeling involved in order for it to be like correctly recognized in an export market as well. Like the ones we live in. Shoes, soot stain, white hair. Private guard, council, goose, guard, pure. Sure. Is this? Hold on. I don't know how we got on that, but I don't know if that's royalty free, whatever that is. Am I unlocking soon? Clockwork stalls, thief spotting, evidence filing, dynamic evidence filing at 40. Peg leg, ginger hair, sling stones. Caffeine acquired. Yeah, I'm envious that your Glenglosso came in a fucking box, man. That's that's rude. I don't know what they did to my boxes. It's mostly just because, like, if it has a box, I can store it outside of my cabinet. I recently reorganized all my stuff, and I had to make sure that everything that was not in the cabinet and was on top of the cabinet was in a box. I kind of like get when people want to throw the boxes out, but it makes storing things weird. I have to look at it until next month. When are you leaving? On the 18th? Oh, okay. That's a nice little trip. Thai whiskey? I wonder. Should we consult the book? I wonder if there's something in here. I've never heard of any, but I'm a man of of British descent, you know. So, you know, we only kind of care about our own things. I got a mix of every type of uh, um, alcohol related heritage. I think I got Irish on one side, I got Scottish on the other side. It's almost wrong for me to not be into this stuff. Taiwan? No, I'm not looking for Taiwan. South Korea, China, India. India has some stuff. I'd like to try eventually. Australia. New Zealand. Of course, these guys are all in the right heritage, I suppose. It doesn't seem like there's anything in here. It goes Thailand straight to like straight to like China and stuff. I think it's before Japan. Surely not. Yeah, no, it comes like it goes like Japan to Taiwan to China. It's like Thailand's not even in here. I wonder if there's something in the like index back here. Probably not. I get the feeling they don't do this kind of thing over there. Well, they probably do, but there's nothing in this book. There's no distillery in this book about a distillery in Thailand. I wonder if they just make some kind of alcohol that's not whiskey. This man says, Lao Khao, Hong Tong, and Samsung are technically rum, but are referred to as Thai whiskey. Oh no, we got a fucking Thai whiskey gate where it's actually rum. Was it not the exact Reddit thread? Yeah. If you ask for Thai whiskey, chances are it will be rum. Yeah, maybe they just make rum over there, you know what I mean? Kind of like how you don't hear of Jamaican whiskey, for example. And again, there's this random website here that's like, I don't know if I don't know anything about this fucking website or these brands, but it says countries of origin Thailand, and it has some stuff in here. Chalong Bay. Yes, this says blend of rums made from Thai sugarcane. So while this really looks like whiskey, it's actually rum. So I mean I'd be down. Yeah, so it looks like you could probably find some rums that kind of look like whiskey. Like this Praya and this Chalong Bay and this Senha. These are probably all rums. And this looks like some fucking new makey rum shit that's got some infusion going on. Double barrel new French oak and ex Armagnac. Like this is a rum that's aged in virgin French oak and Armagnac. I mean, I'm down. I'd be down for this price. This is fucking dirt cheap too. What is it about this distillery? Chalong Bay Distillery. Is this a real place? Is this a real place? Apparently. I'm sure you're booked, but apparently there is a distillery that's a real place there. Chalong Bay Rum. I don't like know where this fucking is, but discover our distillery. To bring something back. Yeah, this process. This I imagine this stuff's probably like available everywhere there. If it's distilled there. I mean, Thailand's not that big of a country, right? So. Tropical Notes series. Find us here. Right there. Right here. Here. Don't you see it? Right here. Right in, fuck it. It's in fuck it, man. That's an unfortunate name. Yeah, I don't know. Something Google Street View? Where is it? Chalong Bay this way. We're going the right way. Distillery, boutique, and restaurant from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. In here? Is this it? Are you sure? I think it's in here. Phuket? Okay. It's right here. This doesn't seem very inviting to a tourist, but it's in here somewhere, I think. Someone's garage distillery. I get the feeling this building in here is probably like a lot more attractive to tourists, but I can't quite get in there. I can't get in there. It doesn't let me go. Where's like images? See photos. Yeah, do you have like pictures of like the actual spot? Okay. I mean, it's in like 240p, but... Yeah, it just seems like it's this, like... You know? This is it. Right across from that hunky garage thing that's over there. This is probably that entrance we were looking at, this building right here. They did the good job of using some greenery to hide the ugly buildings. You got like a bar here. They got some kind of alembic still here. I bet you this doesn't actually get used for anything. It's probably a decoration, but... Photo 2024. Maybe this is what it looks like now. How old is that other photo? No, September 2024. They must just change the decorations sometimes. Yeah, it just seems like there's this bar here, and probably this is the distillery here. That hidden in the greenery. So they got a restaurant and stuff. Cocktails. A lot of this looks like unaged rums, which I'm like down with, but I don't know how I'm down with like these like infusions, because that's like a little weird, but I'd definitely be more interested in something. Oh, this looks like that other brand that was on that website. Maybe they produced this other brand too. This like Semha or whatever this is. Cat. Pure sugarcane. I wonder how much of it is rum agricole and how much of it is like molasses. They kind of imply that it might be more sugarcane juice, which would be like more in a style of rum agricole. These are obviously all unaged rums, but this looks aged, this stuff up here. I was kind of like hoping to find pictures of like the actual working distillery and not like the bar. But it seems like they don't want to show you that part. It's well hidden behind this stuff. I bet you it's like a real working distillery. It's not very touristy like you would get in Scotland, where like the distilleries are made for you to go see the stills because they know that's what you want to see. It's like it's like they make the distillery like a tourist attraction, and probably they didn't do that. Like the new Macallan distillery, it looks like a theme park ride. Peg leg, purple slingstones. Pure one, bob and dies. This is probably easier. Or I could wait 10 seconds. Oh, that's way worse. A blue button. Here and one in guest room 1. Yeah, there's some unaged drums that like I hear are like really wild, and I just can't get them around here. So like it's not the same as fucking Bacardi or some shit like that. It's like they use like wild yeast and stuff like that. So I'm just curious. I'm curious if like some of those like unaged rum agricole kind of things are like really interesting, or if they're just like taste really like vodka. I'm gonna scrap the top quality of rum. Yeah, the rums I've had are definitely in the like drinkable, neat, but not anything special kind of realm. That being said, that small batch plantation Barbados thing is not bad. It's like pretty good, but I just know that there is like another echelon that like exists that is really hard to get this stuff for around here. And also, it's like the kind of thing where it's like it's a completely different world from whiskey. So like I just don't know anything about like the stuff. Like BSW in Alberta has a good selection of like kind of like rums, but they don't even have any pictures. And I just look at the brands and I'm like, I have no idea if this is good or not. It doesn't look like any brand I've heard of. Like the ones I've heard of are like, you know, like Foursquare and Rolling Fork, um, and this kind of thing. And I look on there and it's got all kinds of brands I've never heard of. And I'm like, I have no idea if this is good or not. I have no clue. And it's not stuff I can get near to me, so I'm not like gonna go down a rabbit hole to learn it if I can't even really get it. Um, but that being said, like the older statement like Appleton and Eldorado sort of products, I feel like they're probably fine. They're probably aged, you know, pretty nice aged rums or whatever. But every time I go into like there's a Discord server I'm in where there's all kinds of like really nerdy rum guys in there. They're talking about brands that are of unaged rum that I've just never seen. Like they're talking about like Clarin and Clarendon and all these kinds of like unaged spirits that like have some kind of wild notes in them, like fucking burning tires and pizza and stuff like that. Wonder what they're talking about today. Oh, like Hampton Bay. I think I know Colin got that bottle of Hampton Great House, which like that's another brand like Hampton Great House. Like those bottles, I don't see them anywhere up here. It's like not that brand. It's like none of the like enthusiast brands that I've learned from looking at enthusiasts talking. It's like none of those brands come up when I look at the giant amount of selection that BSW has. It's like other stuff. So I just have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm talking about Renegade. What else do they say? Trying to see if they have like bottle pictures that I can like piggyback off of, but there's not a lot in here actually. It's mostly just more pictures of Hampton and other stuff. What does this guy have? Some bottle of Fiji 2009 14-year-old single cask, but it's some brand I've never heard of. Product of Trinidad. Like I don't know. I just don't know. I'm just so clueless. It would be easier if there was like things available near me and I could go to the store and be like, oh, hey, there's this rum. I have no idea what this particular rum is. And then I go look up that particular rum and I learn about that particular rum. So that's kind of like how I got all my information about like whiskeys is I would go and see like whiskeys and be like, oh, what's going on with this particular whiskey? And then I like had that one checked off mentally and learned about it. And then I would go learn about a different one, like one at a time. And then, but like when I go on these online sites, they have like fucking 50 things I've never heard of. And I'm like, man, that's so many things. I don't want to go learn about all those things. I just want to learn about like the one thing that I can get. Add it to my repertoire, you know. Green button, boots, sling. Not you. But like when I bought that bottle of Bacardi, that 10-year-old Bacardi bottle, I learned all kinds of things about Bacardi when I was like looking at that one. So I was like, I know things about Bacardi, but that's just because that's one I could actually like tangibly get. So I like spent some time looking at it. Charlie. The culprit's name is Charlie. But that beer smells of fine bourbon and rich mahogany. Maybe. I do have a cologne that's called what do you call it? It's like I can't remember what it's called. It's like bourbon and something. Rich mahogany. What's it called? Fireside bourbon. That's what it's called. Leather-bound books. No, I'm bad at books. Doing the Anchorman bits tonight. I love scotch. Scotch. Charlie the Noble with abandoned arrows. These both suck. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, I'm bad. I'm bad with books. I'm a bad reader. I'm bad at retaining written information. Suppose we could leather bind this thing, though. Yeah, I was the kind of person in school where, like, if I listened to the lecture, I would completely absorb all the information. But if they told me to go home and read chapter 1 to 3, I would be fucked. I'd be like, no, I don't want to do that. I want you to do a lecture. So I can learn the thing. I'm not going to learn from reading that. Leather-bound flask? Flasks are one of those things that, like, I don't know that I particularly have a use for them. I can't think of a situation where a flask would be too terribly useful for me. I don't like taking my alcohol out. Cool, but so niche. Yeah. It's like it's like I'm not gonna whip out a Glencairn and then dump some flask. You know what I mean? I think flasks are more for the type of drink that you're going to get wasted on, and less for the type of drink you want to experience. Ah, fuck! I didn't go to the Goose Inn. Yeah, I get people. I get why people would have them, but I think they're not. I don't know. I think they're not for me. Jack Daniel's Cinnamon. Wowzers. What do they call that? Tennessee Fire? Tennessee Fire. I can see it. I can see it. Anything but Fireball. Anything. Darts. Nick. Wooden toggle buttons. Is that what that is? I guess. I think it was me. I would probably try to find something that was like, they call that. What's the name of that barrel? Amberana, yeah. I would find something that was like Amberana finished or something like that. That's what I would use. The stuff you drink would work. Yeah, but Amberana is like a Brazilian oak, right? It's like very spicy, you know? It would be a good substitute. A higher class substitute. Oh, these suck. I don't want to go to work. Can I not instead? Actually, I do. My sick days did reset. I could take 3 more days off. Right now. No questions asked. Mentally unfit.
Still sane, exile?
Never gonna be mentally fit for work. Something, pay the bills, though. Running out of space in here. Running out of space for books and whiskey. You know, we gotta upgrade our residence. At this rate, you know, we're not gonna have enough room. We're gonna need more room for more bottles of scotch. We need a bigger house. Drink more. No, can't do that. Can't do that. No, 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 no. That's a criminal. It's a level 490 criminal, though. We are ramping somewhat, though. Soot stain male boots. Soot stain male boots? Or is this a dirt stain? I mean, it looks like soot. Take him away. That dastardly criminal. You ever enjoyed an old fashioned? No. Everyone tells me I would like old fashions, but I actually never had one. It's the kind of thing where like I wouldn't ever make one myself, and I'm not usually in a situation where I could get one made for me. I guess like the next time I go to like a restaurant that has a bar, I could order one. But then I'm been thinking in the back of my mind, like what poor whiskey are they desecrating with that simple syrup? Private Road, Guards Archive, Pier 1. I mean, these are both shit. I could keep this one, I guess. This one's less bad. Knob Creek. Classic Jim Beam bourbon, eh? Jim frickin' Beam. Better stuff? Yeah, something about the quality of the whiskey probably does enhance the quality of the cocktail. But there is a place where diminishing returns come into play for sure. Knob Creek is obviously a higher quality product than like a Jim Beam white label, or probably a higher quality product than Jim Beam Black even. But it's obviously going to be like a lower quality product than say like Booker's. But Booker's is expensive enough. I feel like I wouldn't want to make a old fashioned with Booker's. Like there is a Knob Creek 18-year-old limited releases near me that are like, I don't know, like $180 or $200 or something. I feel like I wouldn't want to like use that. Knob Creek 18-year-old, $262. Okay. Michter's US #1 small batch. Michter's is a good bourbon too. Very small run of barrels there. I didn't go to Private Road because I'm an idiot. Autopilot. Somewhere where you could use a smoky one too, though. You could use a smoky one. That might be Big Pog, you know. Use a smoky whiskey. Like I have made an Ardbeg and Coke before, and it's a very expensive smoky Coke, but it is a unique profile. The smoky Coke. It was more just to see, like, if you put Ardbeg in a Coke, what would it be like? That was kind of more what the idea, more than anything. It's actually pretty good. It's like a Scotch and Coke, except really smoky. Actually, this thing that we tried the other day might be a good one for it too. This one here. This thing. Because this is really smoky too, and it's not as expensive. That's probably fucking perfect for that kind of shit. Male gray hair. Sling. Smoke, smoke. Big smoke. Sounds American. Yeah, it's Scottish though. Pia one. Yeah, we tried this yesterday. This thing here. It's a Duncan Taylor blended scotch, and it's a blend of heavily peated scotches, but we don't know what ones. So some of them are probably Isla scotches, and some of them are probably like heavily peated, like Isla scotches, Island Highland, like. But this kind of was like pretty sweet on the back. It wasn't as like dirty and sludgy. I don't know if that has to do with the blending, but it's all ex-bourbon. It was kind of like a no-name bog mummy bottle. It like didn't have a very unique character, but I guess that kind of makes sense because it's probably like a blend of like, I don't know, 5 or 6 different heavily smoked distilleries. It's like not bad, and it's like pretty on the cheap end. It's like the same price as like a 12-year-old, like any old 12-year-old scotch. But it's like really like barbecue at the front, and got some fruit in there, and then it's like kind of like sweet honey and chocolate on the back instead of like really tarry. You don't really get the same like medicinal characters out of it. The nose was definitely super duper bacony, like protein. Major on the protein notes. I already picked one up that's better than these ones. Smoky Band-Aids? Yeah, there's no Band-Aid in it. I was disappointed. If it doesn't taste something like scraping your knee in 3rd grade, then I don't want it. We did a A/B comparison between that Big Smoke 50 and the Lagavulin 8-year. And it was pretty clear that the Big Smoke 50 was sweeter and fruitier, and the Lagavulin was like peatier, more of the peat notes. Tears of a Child. Blue hair. Aha. Green trousers. Should play Baldur's Gate 3? Absolutely not. I heard it was a great game, though. Blue soot, green trousers. Blue soot, green trousers. This looks like ink. Yeah, it's really hard for me to get into like single player RPGs. I don't do a lot of them. But I know that developer did like, what are they called? Divinity Original Sin. Apparently that's a really good set of games too. You don't want to be working? Really?
I had asked what I was doing. I didn't say I was going to do it. You said you were going to try to figure out what it is you do all day. Like, oh, I guess that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, I wish I could provide that response. What are you working on today? Oh, I'm just going to work on trying to figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to work on.
2 weeks ago was a long time.
2 weeks ago was a long time. You're right. But I can still guarantee I'm going to go into work and they're going to be like, hey, there's stuff. It needs to move. And I'll be like, okay. An unexpected meeting.
I'm going to go to a fucking planning game. First day back.
I don't want to do something, so I'm going to do nothing in protest. I just wish these things worked in my workplace.
Maybe that's where our son gets it. No one expects you to work the first day back.
Honestly, it seemed like people didn't expect to send their kids to school today either. Like when I went out, I don't know, maybe only the true Canadians to send their kids to school today, but it was like,
Why would the first day back?
I don't know. It was like, maybe it was because school was so cold out, but it was just me and the kid and like one other kid.
They don't cancel school until minus 40.
I don't know.
I think it's minus 40 is when
It seemed like there was not very many kids out.
just cold. Like a fucking
Red
5-minute
button,
walk.
full beard, sling.
Where's the temperature?
Like we were the only people on the sidewalk walking up there. I mean, maybe, but I didn't see any cars.
It's open, right? There were
There,
kids.
yeah, you know, he went in there. There was a couple other kids, but there was a couple other. But it was like there's such little amount of people that I was like questioning. I was like doing that thing where you question yourself, like, do they not have school today? Like, are we sure there's school today?
Well, when I was sitting with him on the couch, this had posted on Facebook.
Yeah, I know.
And a
It's
notice
just,
about making sure your kids have fucking mittens and hats. A
it
lot of people don't
just,
seem to think they need to send
it
their kids
just
mittens.
seems weird when you're like, you're walking your kid on an empty sidewalk and there's one other kid there. You're like, well, did we fuck up? And the bus came and dropped off like 3 kids, which normally it's like a whole busload. Like the bus drove by and it was like empty.
Your bracelet.
I don't know. Maybe this is faster than like walking around this fucking shithole. Actually, not sure. It's close. Well, it's about that time. About that time again. Let's do another whiskey review. Like something from Need for Speed Most Wanted. Yeah, it's not bad. It is a generic copyright-free techno. Which so far has not been too bad, you know. I'm not a techno guy, but seems like it, you know, it seems reasonable. The stuff that comes out of this particular channel. And it seems like every weekday they post a new set of tracks. And they're copyright free, so now they all still sound like roughly the same as each other. They're not very distinct, but I mean, you know, they are literally free to use. I don't know how these guys make money exactly. I guess maybe there's advertisements that are supposed to be in here. I don't know. Brave browsers just like, LOL, what do you mean advertisements on YouTube? Alright, so there's the wheel of fortune. What needs to be put on here? We'll put the big smoke on here. The big smoke 50. I think the rest of these aren't open. Spin the wheel. Ooh, okay. Did we do this already? I think we haven't. I was saving this bottle to try to get a 12-year, but I'm sure we could do one review of it. No, I don't think we've done this before. It's not that low. In case you guys are not abreast, Glenmo discontinued this bottle, but they're re-releasing it as a 12-year instead of a 10-year. So it's all upside, except I think it's like a few bucks more expensive. Glenglasso? I don't know when I opened that. When did I open the Glenglasso? I don't know if I can even find that. The thing is I don't know if the Glenglasso, I'm not sure if it's been open for long enough yet. I don't know if I can easily find it. What day I opened that? It's recent enough that it might not be open for long enough. But I'm not sure when we opened it. But yeah, we're gonna do this one because this is the one that's been chosen by the Wheel of Destiny. My Glenglasso is different than yours, though. Anyway, it's the one that's got the fermented dark soy note or whatever. But yeah, usually what I try to do is I try to leave it at least 1 month between the fresh crack and the review, and that kind of like gives me time to like try to have one in-betweener glass, but also allow it to get like aired out for at least a month, to kind of like combat any like neck pour-esque kind of like facets it might have where like it's not opened up quite well enough before I give it a full assessment. Obviously, like every stage of the bottle is going to have a little bit of a difference, but I think like, you know, a month is at least enough time to give it a fair shake. The neck bore is not a fair shake, and then I think that maybe that Glenglasso is not quite a month old open yet. saying he's going to. Until he actually does it. Why are neck pores bad? It's interesting. It's an interesting thought. Ooh. So, they're not necessarily bad. I've had some neck pores that I thought were like even like maybe the best pore of the bottle was the neck pore. I'm trying to think of what ones off the top of my head. I think Lagavulin 16, the neck pour was maybe the best pour of it I've had so far. But basically the idea is like, especially with something like cask strength, but it has to do with the oxygen exposure to the spirit. So the spirit is a volatile compound. It will interact with the oxygen. Obviously, it doesn't like go bad, but the oxygen does interact with the spirit and create some kind of chemical changes there. So when something is sealed, for like if especially something that's cask strength that's never been really exposed very much to oxygen at all, but any of these spirits that are just go from cask to maybe watered down to bottle, they've never had a significant oxygen exposure ever, because yeah, there's oxygen that comes in and out of the barrel and there's some breathing that goes on there, but it's not the same level of oxygen exposure. And obviously it doesn't oxidize like wine, but that oxygen interacting with the spirit has an impact. So sometimes you'll find your first pour out of a bottle is just not quite right. Or it could be really good and it gets worse. But in practice, and this is completely anecdotal, I don't have any science, but in practice, it seems like almost more often than not, the bottle tastes the best after it's been opened between like 1 and 6 months. Like you open the bottle, you get the neck pour out of there, some oxygen gets in the bottle, and you kind of let it kind of do its thing for like a little while. Somewhere in that first like half a year range, the bottle seems to taste like really, really a lot better than initially. And I don't know the exact science of what that is. It's just some kind of like anecdotal nonsense for the most part. But it's happened with so many bottles now that there's something to it. It has to be like, there has to be something to it. I want to not think it's like some kind of mystical magic mumbo jumbo, but at the same time, it's happened so often that I can't deny there's something wonky about the neck pour that the bottle opens up after having some air in it for a little while. Highland voodoo, yeah, I guess. But it's just enough to say that I would never judge a bottle on the neck pour. And that being said, you probably shouldn't judge a bottle that's really old and been empty for a really long time. Like, and again, how low is this one, for example? Like, this is maybe slightly below half, but it's not too bad. But whiskeys change in the bottle depending on how much oxygen is in there. 100% guaranteed. They don't go bad. but they do change. And for me, that's just part of the experience. The bottle's going to have a different kind of roughly flavor profile depending on where it is in the fill level and how long it's been open. And that's just part of the evolution, like the story of the whole bottle. But some people, they will go to lengths to try to preserve the like taste status of the bottle when it's like here, when it's like open a little bit but not like significantly emptied. Either they will try to use argon gas, or they'll try to put it in smaller bottles, or they'll use parafilm. They'll like seal this up with parafilm to make it extra sealed on top of the cork. There's been a couple different experiments about that, but the thing that is almost true in each one of the experiments that I've watched and done personally is that the whiskey never gets objectively worse. Just recently, there's a guy has a YouTube channel called Whiskey Whereabouts, and he did this experiment with the Ardbeg Wee Beastie and the Ardbeg 10-year. He did a couple experiments, a 2-year experiment where he left them like pretty out in the weather for multiple years to try to see kind of like what the impact was. And the notes that he gave off of the ones that were in the like over opened bottle, which you would think should be objectively worse, I would not say that those bottles turned out objectively worse. I almost really doubt that someone in a blind sample would be able to properly tell which bottle was open for long and which bottle was sealed correctly. So to me, it's like whiskeys change in the bottle, but I don't think they objectively get worse in the bottle. They just become different. So if you're really concerned about preserving a certain flavor, you could try to like be picky about it, about the bottle condition. But I think disproportionately, yeah, the neck pour is just not quite the same as any other pour, and it has to do with the fact that no oxygen has really kind of got in there and been able to do its thing yet. I don't think it's the same as like bottle shock. Like wine has a thing called bottle shock, which is a word I sometimes use to describe neck pour, but I don't think it's the same thing. Believer the neck pour is not being the best. Yeah, I think it's, again, it's no one's told me this. It's entirely my own anecdotal experience that the neck pour is not representative of the whiskey. And that's why it's like, you know, like I said, we had this big smoke the other day. I kind of thought it was really barbecue, bacon, and sweet on the back end. We might find that that's different in 2 months. We'll find it's more on the peat. I don't know. That's why we never rate things on the neck pour, and I kind of just give my first initial impressions, but it's just not a very good indicator, I think, of how the rest of the bottle's going to go, because it just changes. It changes very drastically, I feel, in that first 3 or 4 months. But I'll be okay to rate something after 1 month. We've given it enough time to get some air, but and 1 month is not even like some kind of scientific amount of time. It's just like a comfort level thing of like, well, I know that this was open, and I don't want to rate it when it was just opened. I want to have some time with air in it, but anecdotally, 1 month kind of feels like a right amount of time to be like okay with it. I don't know. For all the science we have, it seems like we can't like really scientifically puzzle some of these things out. And some of it has to do with the fact that there's that dang weird human experience taste interpretation thing going on that just makes things weird, man. But that's what makes it fascinating to Why two people can drink the same spirit and get different notes? It's the same kind of idea. But there is some objective chemical taste change after the bottle's been exposed to more oxygen. But we're careful not to call that oxidization because it's not the same thing. Where's my blank sheet? Alright, today we will do a live review of the Glenmorangie, the original 10-year-old Highland Single Malt Scotch Whiskey. This is a Moet Hennessy Louis Vuitton product. It is 40% ABV, 80 proof, chill filtered, color added. And this is a mix of first and second fill ex-bourbon matured casks that come from Jack Daniels and Heaven Hill. We do know that these are Jack Daniels and Heaven Hill barrels. Again, Glenmo does procure their own barrels in Missouri and then leases them to Jack Daniels and Heaven Hill. So that's how we know for kind of some amount of a fact that this is going to be Jack Daniels and Heaven Hill ex-bourbon barrels because of this kind of like very selective wood policy that they have. Switch category and title. Oh man, you're right. Stop right there, criminal scum. I totally forgot to do that part. Ooh. Done. And if you're joining us on youtube.com, know that we do these whiskey segments weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch TV. If you want to come partake in the chat, I'd love to have you. Is everything after second fill just considered ex-bourbon? So this is the way I kind of think of barrels and how they're named. So obviously, you know, a virgin oak or a new charred oak is a barrel that hasn't been used before. But typically those are used by bourbon because bourbon has to use those. But you can get virgin oak in Scotch, new charred oak. They do get used in Scotch sometimes. But typically this gets used by bourbon. As soon as it's used by bourbon, it is now no longer a virgin oak barrel, but we would call this a first fill ex-bourbon barrel because this is the first time it's been filled since it was used for bourbon. When we talk about first fill sherry or first fill ex-bourbon, that means that they've not been used since they had the ex-bourbon, since they had the bourbon in it or since they had the sherry in it. Now, if we talk about second fill ex-bourbon, that means new charred oak, used for bourbon, then used for a Scotch. Now we're on the second fill of ex-bourbon. So we're on the second Scotch that's been in here since there was bourbon in them. And some people just call second fill a refill. But when we say refill bourbon, that typically means any fill after the first fill. It could be the second fill, it could be the fourth fill, it could be the 18th fill, so long as the barrel still is functional. So refill is like very low impact. Now they're specific here in saying that it's first and second fill. So they do have some what I would consider refill casks in there because second fill to me is like pretty refill. Because when you think about it, it's like, well, yeah, you had bourbon in here for 4 to 7 years, and then you put Scotch in here for like 12 years. It probably got most of the bourbon kind of character out of there in that first 12-year cycle. But there could be some left, so I guess you couldn't call that second fill. But to me, anything after the first fill is a refill bourbon. But they want you to know for sure that it's not older than second fill, I guess. They don't want you to confuse the word refill with like third or fourth fill. But yeah, refill is kind of like anything after the first fill and that happens after the bourbon. Of course, Glenmoe. Do they have a giraffe on here? I think they have a giraffe on the box. They do have a giraffe on the box right here. Sometimes we equate Glenmoe with the giraffe because they have the tallest stills in Scotland, like a giraffe, very long and tall, and it creates a very light, very effervescent spirit with lots of copper contacts, not as robust and oily as some other squat still might give you. That was not very poppy. I'm disappointed. And of course, this is the 10-year-old Glenmoe, the original, not to be confused with the now in circulation 12-year Glenmoe, the original. So this is the old bottling. And I'm going to attempt to keep the rest of this liquid in this bottle until we get a 12-year-old one so that we can do a bit of an A-B comparison between the 10 and the new edition, the 12-year-old. But we should get a review in of the 10-year-old. That being said, I'm pretty sure this is colored, but it wouldn't be colored too much. It would just be colored a little bit. 10-year in a first and second fill ex-bourbon probably gets you a color pretty close to this anyways. Depends on how much refill bourbon is in there, how much second fill bourbon is in there. It's pretty good coloration, so I could see how them adding a couple drops of 150 into this. And I assume that that is the case. We're going to put this on the old rotator cuff. So we're going to let that chill for just a minute. I wonder if Glenmoe's got something in the whiskey opus for me to read like real quick. Just real quick and easy. And again, we're going to rate this out of 100. 25 points for aroma, 25 points for palate, 25 points for finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my overall personal experience. G. I need M. Glenlivet. Moray. Shouldn't it be like here? The alphabetical order in this book is like kind of odd. Now we're in Macallan somehow. See, it's weird. A lot of these are like listed under their like owner, like like a bunch of stuff is listed under Diageo. Which is in D and not in their right section. 82, 83. I don't know why it's back here, but yes, the Glenmoe. There's the Signet. This is that big expensive bottle, which I think this one is made with heavily roasted malt or something like that. Very like coffee and mocha world. Pretty expensive though. Here it does talk about the tallest stills. Whiskey stills come in all shapes and sizes, and their variations play a significant part in shaping the character of the spirit produced. Perhaps no distillery has placed more emphasis on the individuality of his stills than Glenmorangie. One print advertising campaign carries the illustration of the vessels in question and declares that there are a lot of perfectly good single malts made in shorter stills. We have the tallest stills in Scotland. They are based on the design of the original ex-gin stills from London installed when the distillery was founded and contribute significantly to the light, fruity, floral character of Glenmorangie. So this was originally Originally, they used ex-gin stills. That's interesting. We're curious to learn more about that at some point. All right, so one of the characters that I'm going to go in a little bit biased to on this one, because it's something I've always gotten out of this particular bottle, is kind of like an orangey citrus note and kind of a creamy character, like an orange and cream, vanilla, and orange set of notes. Some people also get something like a marmalade from this particular bottle. It's very much on the citrus, on the floral character. Very like Highland in that way. And just immediately right away, there's like notes of like orange citrus. I'll definitely go into like orange blossom, vanilla. So heavy on that citrus character. But it's definitely sweet. It's definitely not like your lemon kind of like citrus. It's definitely a sweet citrus. Orange is just a great place to put that. Yeah, fruity and floral and sweet. Orange, vanilla, honey, some floral character to it. It's really a lovely impression. It's so like unique and distinct for me. You really get this distillery having its own kind of character. Like when you talk about a Highland ex-bourbon malt, this definitely carries its own unique signature that I feel like you could easily pick out of a lineup. There's a little bit of malt character in there, but it's not that strong. All on that citrus. I was grabbed this the other day and went for the Aberlour 12. Man, those are two great options. Can't go wrong with either one, really. I have not gotten the Aberlour 12. I'll get to it eventually, but I do know that some publications have called it one of the best values in single malt, the 12-year-old Aberlour. But this is a great value to this one. I already know off the top of my head that the price that you pay for the flavor you get out of this, kind of crazy actually for an 80 proofer. That being said, there's not a lot of huge complex characters going on here. You get a uniqueness. There's a unique combination of notes, that orange, citrus, vanilla, whisper of malt, some floral, some honey sweet, but that's it. Not much to hunt in there. Pretty thin looking on the glass, which is to be expected. It's kind of flopping around a little bit. Slancheva. You can tell it's you can tell it's 80 proof. It's a little thin on the entry. That being said, the texture of it is pretty nice. So there's an interesting contrast here between the idea that it is a little bit thin, it's a little bit on the a little too much watery side, But there's a good mouthfeel that I would almost consider to be similar to like a triple distillation kind of mouthfeel, where it's smooth, light, and really, again, effervescent is a good word to use. It's very just floaty on the palate in terms of texture. You gotta like hold it on the tongue for a little bit to kind of get some of that citrus to come out. Some like sweet malty character in there too. Kind of like we'll say like barley sugar, like the malty note is kind of sweet. Get a little bit of vanilla in there, orange creamsicle kind of thing, and on the finish you get a little bit of that spice. Not terribly long of a finish. Oh, actually, some allspice on the nose. We won't call that generic baking spice. I'm trying to get better at that. What I actually did is I'm trying to get away from calling things generic baking spice, but it's really hard to not call it cinnamon or generic baking spice. But I did A, B, C, D compare a bunch of baking spices on the nose the other day. Cinnamon, nutmeg, clove, allspice, I think pumpkin spice. I basically just went back and forth on these things from the spice rack to try to like hone in on what these individual characters might be. So we're gonna try to like be a little bit better about that. It's very difficult though. Most I think spice notes to me are cinnamon, but in this particular instance, I like allspice. Because it's got just a little bit more zing to it. What? I'm up here and you're down there. You know what that means. But yeah, still on the citrus, still on the vanilla, orange blossom. Held long on the tongue, you get some of that sweet malty note, some citrus still. Not too vanilla on the palate. And into the finish, again, that kind of like cinnamon baking spice quality, a little bit of wood, a little bit of malt in there. We're gonna call this finish length medium minus. It's not terribly long. That being said, I enjoy the arrangement of flavors here. They're not terribly complex, but they have a certain level of uniqueness. It's very drinkable. They're not like super duper strong, but you know, for 80% or 80 proof or 40% alcohol, it's a pretty good flavor impact. You're not really hunting for flavors at all. The entry is a little bit thin. You do have to hold it long on the tongue to get the most appreciation of the palate, but I think for a kind of like What are you doing? Easy to drink Highland. It's quite tasty. Excuse me. Are you trying to knock that over? What do you think you're doing? Come over here. Oh yeah, like now in with the marmalade. I like marmalade note at this particular point. A little bit of development there. Definitely get that allspice. What? Oh, is Moses getting into something over there? He doesn't come on the camera very much. Yeah, he's getting into stuff over there. Look at him. Oh, what a naughty boy. Yeah, it's definitely cinnamon on the finish. Some citrus and malt still in there. A little bit of oak. Medium minus is a good length. Despite being watery, the texture is pretty reasonable. Just because it's so light. And again, texture is kind of a subjective metric, but it's kind of like the idea between just how it feels, how it coats the mouth. This one does have a bit of a wateriness to it, but it still is kind of light and floaty. So that kind of like gives it a kind of a subjective texture advantage. Again, similar to like a triple distillation texture. You're obstructing my hands. What would we call this on the aroma? A good amount of notes. Nothing terribly super duper crazy going on. But I like that marmalade creeps in there. I like that kind of like allspice impact. Of course, we're in there with the citrus, floral, honey, vanilla sort of realm. Let's give it, ooh, grab my mouse. Let's give it, a good 17. 17 on the aroma. I'm going to focus on the palate, which, you know, is maybe a little bit on the wanting side. Again, pretty lacking on the attack. Do get some sweet malt, a little bit of citrus, some spice in there. Yeah, it's not the greatest. Honestly, let's give the palette 13. And on to the finish. Again, some initial notes of a cinnamon. I need to cleanse, darling. Oh. Ooh. Cinnamon, some barrel in there, slight orange. A little bit malty. Not particularly long. I'm kind of thinking it's in like the 13 to 16 realm, but I'll give it a minute of focus. In with the cinnamon, some wood, whisper of a sweet malty note, whisper of a citrus. Kind of a spicy, woody, bit of maltiness lingers. I call it finish 14. Now, out of 10, let's talk about the texture. So, we have an interesting juxtaposition on the texture where we can tell there's a little bit of extra water in here, but it's still contributing to like kind of a light, effervescent, smooth mouthfeel. Now you're gonna get up. You can take my water? Yeah, Mosley's puking over there. There's no rug there anymore. He can't puke on the rug anymore. We got rid of that rug. Cats are gross. Yeah, I mean, they just, you know, they got a thing where every once in a while they gotta just let it out. You know, it's pretty common. That's the one thing. That's the one thing about them. They gotta let out like a good old hair clump every once in a while. Texture can have a 4. It's like, whatever. It's okay. Always showing off their b-holes. Yeah, I mean, and if you get 2... Let's just say, the rim jobs can be pretty common. Butthole hider for cats. I'm not sure what that really even means. It hangs from their tails? What? Are people really that offended by the cat's butt? Oh, I see. It's like a little... It's like a little necklace that goes on their tail. I mean, that's even more weird, in my opinion. It kind of looks like you're drawing attention to it. I don't know about that. All right. Out of 15, my overall experience with this particular single malt Scotch whiskey, this Highland single malt Scotch whiskey, I do think there's some unique qualities here. Definitely loud on that citrus, marmalade, vanilla. Definitely get some of that malt in there. I do like the combination of flavors present. They kind of work well together. They provide a unique, identifiable Glenmoe profile. Definitely feels like you could pick this Glenmoe up out of a lineup of blind Highland ex-bourbon scotches. That being said, there's not a lot of complex things going on here. There's not a lot of like vast angles or anything. It's a little bit simplistic on the palate and finish. Nose is pretty decent. A little bit on the watery side too. The attack is kind of notably lacking in initial flavor. Kind of have to really hold it on the tongue for a while to get the palate to really present what it's capable of, which is not the best. That being said, it's tasty enough that I can't say that this is a forgettable whiskey, but it's not doing enough to stand out. We'll give it a 6 out of 15. This is a distinct whiskey. Texture. Okay. So if we put these together, 17 and 17 and 13 and 14 and 4 and 6 is 54. 54 out of 100. We'll call this a good whiskey. These are the same score I think I gave the Bushmills 10-year, which I think is probably true. It's very similar in quality to the Bushmills 10-year. The Bushmills doesn't have the same kind of citrus realms, but it does have sherry casks involved. You get some good sherry related notes on the finish, especially. Kind of helps it out. Yeah, it's good. It's a good whiskey. Pretty reasonable for the price. I think in my market, this is pretty dang cheap. I don't know about the 12-year, but we're definitely going to wait and see what the 12-year provides here. Maybe it'll be I would assume 2 more years will give us a better whiskey, but I don't know if it'll do much to the flavor profile. We kind of just hope that, like maybe a better concentration of flavors on the palate would really help this. Maybe some age will give it a better length of finish to a more memorable finish. That being said, this is still delicious Scotch, and definitely an easy sipper. Something you can just pour, and it will be delicious, and not have to think too much about. Not know that you're missing some strange notes by not really thinking hard about it. Doesn't challenge you in any way, is not poking in any way, despite being a single malt and not a blended Scotch. It does a great job of being exceedingly drinkable. Some good peach on the nose here. Nose is pleasant. Nothing challenging on the palate. Finish is tasty. Just not... It's just not doing any of those things that give us the ability to get more or experience more than kind of like what your generic Highland sort of bourbon cask might offer. It's about that complexity level. So yeah, pretty good. Literally good. Definitely enjoy this bottle. I think it's a great bottle. I think you should have it, even if, you know, everyone should have a Glenmoe. It's pretty tasty. Even if you're just pouring it for your friends, because it's not terribly challenging. It's nice, pleasant flavors. It's a crowd pleaser. I don't think anyone would say no to a dram of this. It's just a plain, good, tasty Highland single. And like that, we're getting close. We're getting close to the end. We're going back to work today. That's sad. That means I gotta go to bed right after this. That being said, since I'm working 5 days instead of 4, in theory I can sleep more. Wow. Maybe I'll be more rested. I won't be falling asleep on stream anymore. How'd you like Nosferatu? Oh man, that's pretty good. Do you want to have a say on Nosferatu? Mom says it's beautiful.
It was very,
Good score.
the score was really carriage seat. It's in like
Mom likes the iconic carriage scene. Yeah. I liked the movie. I liked the atmosphere. I think the one thing for me that I would have liked is, I don't know if you felt this, but like, that was a cool scene. Yeah, that's an iconic Dracula thing, eh? But it's like after you reach the point where you got like the occult eccentric doctor involved, I kind of felt like the plot was a little pacey. I felt like some of those like not vampire related scenes were like a little pacey, a little quick. Like they could have fleshed out that a little more. Like I felt like it got cut. It felt like it was like supposed to be like an hour longer, and they cut out a lot of stuff. And I don't know if like there's going to be an uncut version, but it felt like a little pacey to me. You get to that point where he says like, 3 nights, and then you look down and you look back up and it's on the 3rd night already, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? I kind of felt like there was more like that could have been put there, or they cut maybe a little too much into the like investigation part. It kind of felt like
I think it was the investigation. It was pointless because she'd already made up her mind.
yeah. I was telling my friend that it felt a little choppy and disjointed. I think like somewhat it's almost supposed to feel like that. There are some places where like Mom would describe a scene as being an experience, like especially right at first when he gets to the castle where it's kind of like a fever dream. That's kind of like, I think, very intentional, right? Like it's supposed to feel like a fever dream. But I think like near like closer to the end where like you have like stuff going on with the vampire and stuff going on with her, and then you have like the doctors trying to like riddle this weird puzzle out, it kind of felt like, I don't know if things got a bunch of stuff got cut in there or what, but it kind of felt like that was the one part where I felt like it could have been more fleshed out. Like they could have spent long, like kind of felt like almost like nothing happened and the guy just has this epiphany. Ah, yes, it's Nosferatu. It's like, how did you figure that out, man? Like there was not like any scenes of this guy scrolling through old occult tomes to like find out. He did find that one book about like how to like end the curse or whatever, but I mean like, it kind of felt like the the investigation phase was like a little choppy and disjointed. But that's my only complaint. I think the rest of it was great. Atmosphere was good and all that. Yeah, we enjoyed the movie for sure.
Goes down. Horrible act. I think she's doing an awful job, and then I thought it.
But yeah, not bad. Not a bad whiskey, not a bad movie. What does this say? Dr. Bill something. Who are you? Dr. Bill Lumsden, Master Distiller. You're grinding coffee? Oh my god. I mean, it does, but I can't say anything.
Well, like 4 times, and you need.
But yeah, we got this. We showed this earlier. This foolproof 1792. That was a good pickup. We got the big smoke. We put that in there. We'll get more things. You know how I am. We'll acquire more stuff. We need to acquire another shelf, though. Actually, we need another cabinet. That's not actually the problem. Is we need another cabinet, not another shelf. Has to be a cabinet. Money. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do a blind sample. Stay tuned. We'll do some more stuff for YouTube. And if you haven't had your vote yet on our community bottle for this month, it's going to be on January 25th. I just posted a community news post, and the link's in there. So if you haven't seen that community news post, there's some blurbs in there, but also the poll vote is linked in there. If you can have your vote, we're gonna open whatever bottle on the 25th of January. But yeah, we're gonna try to. We'll see how things go. Again, I'm working 5 days a week now, but the shifts are shorter, obviously, so that's the upside. Maybe I'll be less tired after 8 hours instead of 10. We'll see how things go. See what that means in the long term. But I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same things. And hope you guys have a great day.